Hello, good afternoon, welcome. Okay, hopefully my internet plays ball today. Hasn't been down all day. I've been listening to music or watching videos and we've not had any issues that's lasted long enough for any of the buffering to finish, so we shall see. But yes, today we are going to be having a look at Starminer. My impression of this game, from what limited I've seen of it, always seemed to be that this was more a factory builder logistics management game than anything else. However, I've seen multiple references to it being a real-time strategy game. So we'll see where exactly all that lies. But anyway, first things first, we'll have a look at its multi-monitor support. it is vertical minus out of the box. If this looks a little zoomed in and cropped, that's because it is. We are missing the top 1/3 and bottom 1/3 of what would ordinarily be displayed on just the middle bit of the monitor. So if you take a pay attention to this, just for a second, what I'm going to do is I'm going to implement the fix. Because this is an Unreal Engine game, we only need to add a small configuration change to change the aspect ratio constraint from being vertical, or from being horizontal to vertical. X to Y. This is in the video description if you're on YouTube. If we now reload, and I change us back to that scene, then you should notice that the entirety of the triple monitor bit that you was looking at would now fit in the middle 1/3 of this central bit of the monitor. That's what vertical minus does to you. You don't just lose the top 1/3 or top and bottom 1/3 of the image you're supposed to see, you also effectively lose all of the extra at the side that your setup is designed to provide you with. Now, by all accounts, it has been mentioned that this game has a pretty extensive zoom out system, but zoom is not the same as field of view. Zoom in is typically done by dollying the camera backwards, not by adjusting the field of view, which still means that that maximum zoom is still going to be constrained to the field of view that you would get here, including any distortions and all of that lot. So it's still not the same. Fixing that or changing that setting does not fix in-game cutscenes, but it does fix the game in-game. So everything should now be scaled as the developer intended, rather than 3 times bigger. Settings-wise, fairly standard affair here. I've not tweaked any of these. It does have ray tracing. We're not turning it on. We're not on an NVIDIA card, so none of that is relevant. I have no idea whether or not we're going to need to drop any of these down. We will see once we get in game, and we will mess around with controls and things at that time as well. Okay, let us come over to the menu on this side here. I may need to activate the my mouse tracking, my triple monitor mouse tracker. But we shall see.
Welcome, Commander.
So yeah, if this feels claustrophobic, it's because it's still vertical minus. But this is not. Hello and welcome to the Palgama Limnos spacecraft training course. I am Carlos. I don't know how to pronounce that. Anselmo? And I will be your guide through these simulation modules. Apologies, I'm required to say that every time. This first simulation will teach the common principles of navigation in the void of space. You'll be piloting small shuttles, a trustworthy design that has survived with little modifications for nearly 40 years. As this is an introductory model, advanced features have been disabled. Mining, construction and combat will be introduced in due time. First things first, the view controls. Hold the right mouse button and drag the mouse to operate your view. Let's see if this is circular. Okay, that is panning. Zooming in and out. Okay, so it almost has a strategic view. You can zoom out a long way. Clicking the right mouse button on any of the spacecraft modules will bring up a context menu, which we've already accidentally done. We will review this later. Left clicking on empty space will clear out any menus and selecting. Okay, that's the opposite way around to the game we've been playing most recently, Outworld Station, where right mouse button cancels everything. But to be fair, this is supposedly more of a strategy game, so I suppose that makes sense from that point of view. Single click select modules on your ship, double click focus the camera. Press F to focus back to your station if you have any other objects selected. Right, before undocking, Alright, before undocking your can, it is usually a good idea to turn on its power grid. This will supply energy to the ship's boosters and other systems. Press G to access the power grid, or click the flashing button on the bottom. And this is what the entire UI looks like. It is spanned. That isn't necessarily going to be a problem given the amount of information that's being displayed on the right-hand side. So we'll see. Press G or click the button at the bottom.
Grid online.
Alright, so these are all toggle buttons. Grid online, angular dampeners. Yes, feel your ship's weight beneath your feet. She wants to fly. But she won't go far while docked. Objective: undock from the Pagala Luminaso. Click on the highlighted undock button to detach from the docking point. She responds well to you. Let's begin with a simple linear movement. Press W on your keyboard to apply forward thrust to your boosters. Don't lean too much. As soon as you release it, a counterforce will be applied automatically to stop your ship. That's your piloting aids doing its work. Okay, so it's what do they call it in Elite Dangerous? Flight assist. Got it. That's a bit fast. I may want to... That may actually be 3 times faster in one direction than the other. It's kind of hard to tell. No, it might be about right. He looks sideways on. Okay, no. It just, it feels like it's going faster left and right than up and down. I think that's because there's, not so much mouse acceleration, but there's cameras moving. That's giving the impression. We'll come back to these later, but for now, practice doing some linear movements with your boosters. Try not to drift too far. You can always review your current objectives by hovering on the eject panel. WSND. And then Q and E to go up and down. And those go the direction that I kind of assumed they would do. Okay, that's fine. I do want to reduce the camera sensitivity a little bit. That's a bit better. Pressing N will toggle the orientation tool. Red arrow showing forwards. White arrow showing up. You can keep it off, but it's useful for checking your ship's orientation. I see. We are apparently using water as things are going. There's a lot of little bits to keep track of here. You've got the linear movement down. Let's try some rotations. Tip: simulation behavior is activated by default and accounts for mass thrust and placement. And you can switch to arcade mode in the option for straightforward movement, ignoring mass thrusters and balance. Use shift to rotate the ship. Okay, what does it need? Use angular boosters. Let's do an alien roll. Excellent. And now the fun part. Try piloting with linear dampeners off. That means the boosters will apply no counterforce when you release. Cruising. Press T to remove the linear dampeners. I'll have to remove the angular dampeners. Coasting will consume much less energy since the dampeners don't need to be engaged every time you release the thrust. Something to keep in mind if you're short on energy supply. Okay. So there's something that shows us the way we're facing. Is there anything that shows us the way we're currently moving? Navigation overlay orientation. I can't turn that back off again. Okay, R&T. You are now in tactical view. You can also left click on asteroids. Did I skip something by messing around with keys before I was meant to? Hang on a second. Let me just have a look back on my video. Okay, let's talk about linear thrusters. Coasting. Okay, now. You are now in tactical view. That should read for better English. You are currently in tactical view mode. Because now implies that I did something to change it. You can also left click on an asteroid to engage the autopilot. Select fly to or rotate. Select fly to or rotate from the menu issue command. Press and hold left mouse button anywhere in empty space to do the same. For manual flight, you can also enter the pilot mode by pressing V. Okay, so why can't I rotate anymore? Oh, because we accidentally turned the dampeners back off. Not even then. I can change this. In this mode, the camera is locked behind your ship, but it's also changed how this is handling. I suspect that's because of this. How do I turn this off? I see. In pilot mode, you can also rotate your ship by holding the right mouse button. Oh no, it's because we're in pilot mode. I hold the right mouse button and move the mouse in the direction to side. How do I take myself out of this mode? Now try to reach the first checkpoint. Remember to hold the space bar or space to apply a stopping force, or just toggle engine down back on. I'd directly fly to the waypoint. I would love to. But I have done something, and I don't know how to undo it. Why can't I just click this to turn it off, or any of these? Reset navigation default, useful for connecting. We can turn these on and off, but did I somehow pause the game? No, everything else is still moving. Select a horizontal point. Okay, we've somehow slowed the game down. Okay, pressing P slowed the game down. Where's the indication of game speed?
Autopilot offline.
Okay, we've been given back control. We still have this thing enabled. Okay, I don't like controlling it that way, not this far back. If I could zoom all the way into the cockpit. We also kind of need a heading indication. Why did you turn back on? Maybe I fat-fingered it. Okay. So apparently there is a pause. It just slows the game down a lot and then doesn't tell you that it's paused. At least if it does, it's hidden somewhere. I wonder if it's hidden underneath my Steam stats. There's a button up there as well. Can I move this? No, we can just expand them. So no, that's just the title and then the ability to show and hide it. Now navigate to the checkpoint through the asteroid cluster and practice maneuvering. You can review the state of ships and systems and pilot aids on the bottom middle of your screen. We still have this enabled and I don't know what it does or how to turn it off. It's disappeared now, but you can review the settings. You can press F1 to review a list of available commands. Now reach your next checkpoint and try not to dent the ring. Okay, so that's helpful. That's appeared over there. Perception helper. Build mode. Rotation gimbal. Which is that. Linear booster, angular booster, mine and laser, weapon scanner, energy grid. Pilot camera. 3 camera, so... That's pilot camera. 3 camera. Disconnects the camera. Orbit camera. Doesn't appear to do anything. Oh, I know. It does, but... So, if we disconnect or press that to put us in 3 camera mode, and then press the orbit camera mode, it does nothing because we're still in 3 camera mode. But there's no feedback on the screen to tell me I'm in 3 camera mode. So far as I can tell, but orbit camera is actually active. So if we disable 3 camera mode, we're orbiting the ship. Yeah, there's no indication that... Oh, no, never mind, it is. It's small text on the bottom right of the screen. It's down there. That needs to be more obvious. Toggle help. Toggleable operational interface. P is pause, but it doesn't pause micrometeor or micro asteroids, which gives the intention that it's not paused. They have toggles for DLSS on and off and ray tracing on and off. Why? No, those are options menus, options. There shouldn't be toggles for them. Some very questionable things going on here. Now, is there actually anything that says paused anywhere? I do not see anything changing when I pause and unpause. So there's no indication that the game is in fact paused. And given that I've tapped this button so many times, I don't know whether or not we are paused in a minute. We are paused, which again just slows the game down. Right. Let's put ourselves in this mode. And for shits and giggles, turn that off. Yeah, that's a little bit too sensitive. To control it via the mouse. And yeah, we really could use, if they want people to be able to use this kind of movement system, there needs to be some sort of indication as to your actual current heading. If they want to encourage people to use it. Angular and linear dampeners can aid in your piloting, but produce more heat and consume more energy than precise bursts of throttle. Follow the white line from your ship to reach the next checkpoint behind the asteroids. Is that a speed indicator at all? I don't think there is. Good. Now to the next one behind that asteroid over there. Remember, these rigs are heavy and they take the same amount of force to stop as it does to move. Let's try this. Autopilot.
Autopilot online. Autopilot offline.
Reach the next checkpoint, the repair depot. If you've dinged your rig, just park it in the destination area and the whole point depot will fix it right up. Seem to be a capable pilot. With a bit more practice, you'll get the hang of it. Return to the station to learn about the docking procedure and the basics of outfitting your rig. Try not to crash. Go slow.
Autopilot online.
Or just use the autopilot.
Autopilot offline.
I pressed escape because I wanted to check in here. Seriously, I can't remove the binding for these?
Autopilot offline.
That is silly. Okay, while we fly over there, let's take a little bit more look over here. So there's our water, and then that's heat. Colonist circuit iron. Metal storage. Colonist storage. Preoccupied maximum. Energy battery. Shows water reserves for your station. A full bar means you have sufficient water supply, while a decreasing bar signals that you may need replenishing. Maintaining a steady water supply is essential for efficient operation of modules and the well-being of your crew. Keep this bar topped up to avoid shortages that could impact critical systems. Okay, so I activated the autopilot. I didn't pause the game. I didn't just say rotate to, I said fly at. Let's give ourselves a little bit of lightward movement. Yeah, they really need an indicator for your heading. Okay, that's it. Now back to where you started to dock again. This will require some more precision and you will need to get close. Try to align the connection socket of your ship to one of the things. Exactly. You will need to bring the docking points of both ships close enough that the docking button shows. Once you've aligned properly, press the red button to dock. Autopilot will take care of the rest. This will require some precise maneuvering. Dock with... Okay. Right, let's leave that on for a bit. Ourselves around. Doesn't need to be that precise. Bollocks, wrong screen. Wonderful. Now we can build some new components on your ship. The flaggery will need to supply all needed materials with constructors. Now that you've proven you can dock your ship, you can undock it for better clearance during construction. When you order construction, the nearby constructor or construction tower will start supplying your newly built components with materials. Toggle the build mode, press B. see? Do this with paused. Paused. Green color modules have available expansion slots. The large ones are for tier 2, while the small hexagon shaped ones are for tier 1. Okay, that's for tier 2. These are for tier 1. It would have been better if this just showed it on the ship. It's like point, or these arrows here appeared on the ship inside, said tier 2 there, tier 1 there, rather than in this. That's more work to implement, but that would have been easier to parse. Let's prepare the ship for mining operations. It will need mining lasers to harvest ore and expand storage capacity. That's all. I recommend you build it on the front site on the tier 2 cleft node. You can review and install your modules in the overview panel on the right hand side. And this. Select a Susceptibles expansion slot and construct a tier 1 mining laser from the drop down. If you want to cancel construction of a module, press D, Control D, with the module selected. So that's a heat sink. Mining laser requires power and materials.
Construction completed.
We also need a storage module for your collected ores. I recommend you build one on the tier 1 array on the Hulk node. Note you can also undock and align yourself better by firing. Yeah, that's what I was kind of figuring. These things could target the end of this, but not the bottom of it. And undocking and turning around would be more beneficial. Construct tier 1 metal storage. Take us out of build mode. Okay. Oh, it actually wanted me to build them on here rather than down there. This is the cleft node, tier 2 cleft node. That's the core Hulk node. Why is it doing most of the work?
Construction completed.
And we'll also need a scanner to identify the components of asteroids. I recommend to put it on the Tier 1 array module on the bottom of your ship, which was this thing that we've already occupied. Okay, in that case, we'll put the scanner here, if it will let us. And that already has something on it, apparently. Or at least we can't build there. That's a habitat. Okay. That's a power node. Scanner. Let me just check something.
Construction completed.
Okay, not important. Good. Now we need some hangars for our haulers. They will collect any mined ores in the vicinity. You could put them on some empty Tier 1 slots on the hook node. Construct 2 hangars. I'm going to construct them. We'll turn around first. Wants 2? It does want 2. I'm going to build them here. Okay, no, there's 2 different bars. That's what it is. The Tier 2 ones can do whatever the bottom bar is, but they need the ships to do whatever the top bar is. Actually, let me just check something, because I might be able to help this person.
Construction
Did ping me.
completed.
Where is... No, it should be enabled by default. They don't have the VPN button on their Firefox for some reason. Because I've made a post that the VPN button on Firefox is now massive. Interesting, my Linux Firefox doesn't have it. I suspect you probably need to be signed in with a Firefox account. I will suggest that to them. Okay. Fine work. Now you can also rebuild any components you've lost, like solar panels or heat radiators, and maybe add an additional mining laser. Up to you. Do we actually have the materials? We've been given them for free. It's not been costing us anything. When you're ready to proceed, exit build mode. For now, we'll do with what it's got, because this is just the tutorial. We need some haulers as well. Right-click on the hangar, and select the hauler menu to construct it. Okay, that did use our materials. Deep space mining is the backbone of civilization and the lifeblood of any fleet. Even the most ramshackle pirate will maintain his mining equipment for an easy source of credits. Telemetry from the UEA pirate patrols indicate asteroids close by. They could hold valuable resources. Yes, you should check. Approach an asteroids out. Over there it says.
Autopilot online.
Okay, it's actually working this time.
Autopilot offline.
Or it just randomly stops. Heat generation, water reserves for 15 minutes. There's still some debate on what makes asteroid, or what makes an asteroid. Size, composition, or location. I like to keep life simple. If you can mine it, it counts. In order to mine, you need to know what you're mining. Your scanner system is now unlocked. We'll use it to determine the asteroid's composition. Approach the asteroid with the scanner enabled, see, and hit it with a scan beam style identifying its composition.
Scanners online.
Okay, I think we need to explicitly orient the ship. Yeah, so we need to orient the ship. Point the scanner at it. Asteroids counts as large deposits of silicates and some traces of cobalt, but it needs to be broken down first. Your mining system is now unlocked. Also disable the scanner so you don't need them anymore.
Scanners offline.
If you hover your cursor over the asteroid, watch lines from your mining laser. Watch the lines from your mining laser, and they will let you know whether or not they're in range. And the mining laser can see the asteroid. Target visible in range. Use the right mouse button on an asteroid to start mining. Green line if you're good to go. Aim for the coloured patches. To get the good stuff, cobalt. While grey ones will always yield silicates only. Mine the asteroid and deliver the ore to your ship. Apologies.
Mining online.
Oh wait, actually let us turn the navigation overlay off now. That's it, you got the basics down. You know how to maneuver your ship, build what you need, and mine rocks. Hang around here and experiment if you want, or head to tutorial 2 when you're ready. Complete the first training module. See the next one, return to main maintenance module 2. Okay. Got a feel for that. Exit game. Single player, training, construction, and assembly.
Welcome, Commander.
This should go a little bit faster now that we have a better idea of what we're doing. Glad you made it this far, pilots. I guess you've wrapped up your first training run, movement, mining, all the basics. Good. You need those skills here. If you get stuck, press F1 to recall the use of commands. I don't... Quote, useful commands. Enable and disable DSL, or DSLL. Or DLSS, and toggle our ray tracing on and off. These are useful commands for playing the game. They are not. They go in the options menu for a reason. Why the hell did you put them as a toggle? It makes no sense. Good to see those skills are here. If you get stuck, press 1. This wreck here used to be DS Refiner. Orbiting near Circes. Got hit hard. Pirate, scavs, maybe worse. What's left is barely holding any shape. Good news is, it's perfect training ground. You'll learn how to scavenge, trade, and rebuild a full station from the ground up. You'll handle blueprints and build crews. I'll guide you through the hard parts. Let's get to it. That's here. Fleet authorization confirmed. You're in command of a small construction fleet. To get this site going again. On it. Owl is back in this operation. They're putting some faith in you. Orbital work and logistics doesn't just let anyone run their ships. Treat these birds with grace and you will do good. Approach the site with Restorer 7 and see what we're dealing with. Objective: approach the waypoint near the station. A white line from you to your ship. Tip. A white line from your selected ship to the point of destination. Ah, there it is. It was hidden by the ship. Okay. I assume we're in the right ship. Yeah, this is Restore 7. Debris fields are dense around the refinery's frame. It would be a good idea to clear the derelicts before we can start laying down new modules. Use the scavenger to break down what's left and recover anything useful. I'll leave you to handle yourself as you go, since you already know around mining ops. Scavenger is pretty much the same as an mining asteroid. Cut the derelicts down with your mining laser, then send the haulers to collect the scraps. You can press I on your keyboard to bring up overlays for easier identification of debris. That's what that is. Deal with the floating debris as you see fit. The scavenger is here to help you out. Select it from the overview in the right when you need it. Got it. There it is. Okay. Now let's focus on getting your ship closer to DS Refinery. I haven't done the scavenger bit. To the DSA and jack into the core system. Yeah, clear out or use the scavenger to clear out the area and then just immediately skip any doing of that and just pop up the next text box. That felt weird. Let's focus on getting close enough to the S refinery and tracking interface. Recognize you as a handler. To do this, you can right-click the yellow icon on the station and select Process Station or Possess Station. Copy that. Once it's under your control, it will be set as your currently controlled station. You can always switch back to Restorer 7 by double-clicking on it or by selecting it from the overview window. Possess the station. So that's where the scavenger is. You can scavenge materials from the derelict modules as you see scattered around. Scavenger works the same as a miner. Okay, so what it expected me to do is click over to the scavenger before closing the dialog box. Use your scanners to identify the composites and miner layers to mine the modules. One important distinction from scavenging is that materials don't need to be further refined and can be immediately used for construction. Okay. We are more or less pointing in the right direction. Careful with how much you're hauling. More cargo means more mass, and your ship's going to start feeling sluggish. Although scavenged materials will come in handy, you can always reroute resources in your storage to other ships that might need more. Press I to bring up the overlay for easy identification of targets. Okay.
Scanners online.
Okay, so that's where our scanners are. So ideally we want to be underneath this. Okay, turn that
Scanners
off.
offline.
Where are all our mine lasers? Looks like most of them are forward facing. These record modules are clustered up into a whole section. Let's clean up this mess to give you some breathing room. Start with a hunk of junk here and then move on to clean up the old station. These record modules. So we've accepted it.
Mining online.
Which one can't see? Okay, if you point it that way, then it gets a better angle on things. And it is just going to keep going. So let's head over to the Restorer. Right click on that, possess the station. Control transfer complete. You now hold command authority over the station and can deploy construction blueprints or issue operational orders. Neat. Now switch back to Restorer 7. You can select it from the overview panel on your right. We'll load some construction materials from your Atlas hauler to your construction ship. So switch back to Restorer 7. How do we do that? You can use the same interaction icon to indicate trace between Restore 7 and Atlas Hauler. Just select Restore 7, open the interaction menu on a large hauler ship, choose Trade. Where is the hauler? There is the hauler. You might want to bring the Atlas Hauler closer. Yeah, select it from the overview panel. Okay. First, we need to make some room in your cargo bays. Let's try and do this bit first. Spy. You can reroute. You can use the number keys in your keyboard to aid with throttle. And that's all I see. You can reroute resources freely from this large cargo ship to any other ship under your control. You can use the number key or numerical keys on your keyboard to aid with throttle. Just go easy on it. This thing stops like an elephant. Let's park it somewhere more centrally over the top of the station. Might be a bit too close, it depends on what they're going to ask us to build. Let's move her back a bit and up a bit. There we go. Okay, back to the store 7. First we'll need to make some room in your cargo bays. This old can has some ore left from previous reclaim runs. We've got to get rid of it. Jettison resources, left click the ore chunks in your inventory on the left hand side, which is over there. Set the slider to 10 and confirm. Left click 10, jettison. To jettison resources, left click in the iron ore chunks. Alright, so they are just placing them in space. Just waiting for it to complete. That's it, 100 tons left to lug around. When you're ready, start by pumping 300 units of iron from the Atlas holder into your frame. That'll cover the first skeletal modules. Note that it'll take some time for the cargo to reach your station. Be patient. You can move your ship closer to the Atlas hauler to speed up the process. Okay. Trade. Withdraw. From the hauler. Alright, iron. Yeah, good. Confirm. I don't see any kind of movement whatsoever. It did not go through. There we go. This bit hasn't been scanned, everything else has. Transfers going. Looks like this light transport got left behind. Scabby's didn't have time to strip it. We can put it to use. It'll make for a solid hauler for routing stored materials. Possess it and it's yours. Has no people on board. Okay, that's your basic structural materials taken care of. Next, advanced components. Route 100 cobalt into the storage units. Without it, you won't be able to fabricate Tier 2 modules.
Scanners online.
Why did they put a scanner on the opposite side to the lasers? Good. If you ever notice you're running low on any materials, you can always reroute supplies from the Atlas hauler or from the scavenger if you put it to work. Now let's start this.
Low energy.
Who has low energy? The scavenger does. Did I leave the scanner online? No, we turned the scanner off. Where'd that mission text go? I forgot to... There we go. Keep that running. Yes, I got distracted with something else and I have entirely missed the thing they were telling me to do. Objective. Do we not have the cobots? We have the cobots. There it is. Let's get started with the restoration. Node or node spring tier 1, tier 2, so we'll build node. Okay. Did we break it? That message disappeared before it allowed me to click continue. Let me just check back on the video. Did I dismiss the message? I was doing something else at the time. I think you can see my mouse cursor, can't you? You can see me highlighting, you can't actually see my mouse cursor. I don't think. Oh no, it is there. I don't know if I dismissed it. I think what it's probably waiting for me to do is go into build mode. Go over to here and go into build mode. No? Yes? No? I have no objective. It was reteaching me about the tier 1, tier 2 systems. or tier 1, tier 2 nodes. Is there an autosave? How long ago can we go back? There's one every minute. We can't get back far enough to get that tutorial to come back up. Let's go back to this one and see if it will automatically pick up where, there we go, the tutorial left off. Alright. Better. First thing, any station needs energy. The easiest way to generate this is by building some tier 2 solar panels. Select the DSA Refine, press B to enter build mode. Modules with green overlay have at least one tier 1 or tier 2 expansion slot available. Choose a tier 2 expansion on the refinery and select the solar panel from the build menu. Construction engineers will depart from the Restorer 2 and deliver resources to start the construction process. Make sure you are in range with your ship. Okay. Let's enable the scanner. Leave that thing going. Right, select this. We could probably do with getting rid of some of the stuff that's immediately around the station. Where's the sun? The sun is over there. It wants us to build some tier 2 solar panels. I don't think we have spare tier 2 slots on this side. Ah, we do here. 4 tier 2 solar panels. Here. 1, 2, 3, 4. Constructors can only carry a set amount of resources, and then they need to return back to the hangar to refill after running out. Now that the station is not generating its own power, and the construction jobs can't. Now the station is not generating its own power, and the construction job can't complete. We need to route some power from the Restorer 7. Send energy, receive energy. First, exit build mode. To send energy from Restorer 7 to DS9, you need to set one of the Hulk nodes on Restorer 7 to act as an energy sender. Exit build mode and right-click an available Hulk node. Select the management category on the menu and select Restorer 7. This one here. Management. Send energy. Good. The next step is to set a Hulk node on DS Refinery as an energy receiver. Make sure you choose a Hulk node with good access, because you need to move close with Restorer 7. These ones over here would do. Let's see if we can't park underneath this one. Good. And the last step is to align the unoccupied Tier 2 expansion slots from both 7 and send energy. This is a lot more noodly than I was expecting it to be.
Construction completed.
Nice. The system is humming now. We'll add some batteries to catch the overflow. This will allow you to keep backup power in case your generators get overloaded or damaged, preventing your active station modules from stalling. This can be especially bad if you're in motion, as no power means no stabilizing retro thrusters. Many overconfident captains have lost their lives, and more importantly, their stations this way. Notice that the info panel on the left of your screen, even though we are now producing power, we can see that we do not have any available power storage. We are not selected to the right thing, so it is in fact not telling us the truth. In fact, it's still not telling us the truth. That says we have power storage. It lies. This thing has batteries already. Noticing the info panel on the left hand of the screen, even though we are now producing power, you can see that we do not have any available power storage. Yeah, that most definitely tells us there's a battery there already. How bizarre. Build a tier 2 energy battery. A tier 2 battery on the deep space refinery. Let's get the restorer slightly out of the way a little. Because I would like to bring the scavenger in. Clear out some of the debris that is still here. Specifically the stuff at the top.
Scanners offline. Scanners online. What is not scanned? I think it's probably scanned most of this already. Composition known, iron. Scan those. Scanners offline.
Okay. Okay, some of them can't reach that. Okay, get them out of the way. Right. Over to the refinery. Wants us to have some tier 2 batteries. Got some slots down here that look like they could be good for them. Build mode. How many? Just the one. Just wants the one battery. Let's put that here then. I wonder if there's a way to turn off the orientation tool of all of the stations, rather than have to
Construction completed.
cycle through and turn them off one by one. Excellent work. The overflow is now going into... Where's the other two batteries then? Or does the station itself just have an internal battery that they forgot about? Modules, water storage, energy battery, mass drive, radar, scaffold. These are in alphabetical order. Tier 3 core module. Nope. Some way, shape or form it seems to think it has batteries. I wonder if it was because it was still in range of this. Well, this shouldn't be in range anymore. There's a dead battery here. Excellent work. The overflow is now being stored in the tier 2 battery. While these are powering up, let's make some upgrades to our ship. We can speed up our construction efforts by building a tier 2 construction tower. One important distinction between construction engineers is that tier 2 construction towers can also deliver energy to construction sites. Construct one now and restore 7. Remember to route more resources from the cargo ship if needed. Okay. Construction tower. We have the resources for that. In fact, it's automatically picking it up from elsewhere.
Construction completed.
I wonder what the two specific bars actually are. Construction tower online. It directs power and resources to build sites, massively boosting module assembly speed. Modules require active crews to operate, provide living space for colonists by constructing habitat modules. Let's build some then. Colonist info is uniquely displayed in the following format. House colonists, occupy colonists, maximum colonist capacity. Build 2 tier 2 habitats. Okay, let's... If they're tier 2, then they have to go here, I assume. Why did that suddenly decide to be green anymore?
Construction completed.
It would be useful to know what each of those two bars means. Are we out of materials? We might be out of materials. We don't really need the extra iron, but we'll definitely have the cobalt. We are out of silicates. Let's just transfer basically everything over other than the water. Okay, there's a trade going on in progress. Yeah, we're out of silicates. It does actually tell us. We just have to explicitly go to the module. But I don't know. Maybe green bar is energy. It needs to be put, or the green bar is energy and the orange one is materials and construction time.
Warning, low energy.
I'm wondering whether or not
Warning, low energy.
solar panels get more if they're facing the sun better. Doesn't look like it. This thing needs more power.
Warning, low energy.
That's blank. Thermal radiator, small thruster, small habitat hangar. Wasn't there a... energy battery, metal storage?
Warning, low energy.
Cargo bay hangar. Okay, this doesn't give us access to a tier 2 or a tier 1 solar panel. So we'll tell it to build a tier 2 one instead. It doesn't have the materials for it, but the restorer does.
Construction completed.
Okay, now this has more than enough power to be keeping everything running constantly.
Warning, low energy.
This has run out of energy though. Do we really not? You have silicates. Why aren't you finishing building that?
Warning, low energy.
Okay, it has delivered some materials to it, so... The cargo transfer is done. I don't get why... Is it because it's out of power?
Warning, low energy.
This isn't generating any power. Because we don't have enough colonists.
Warning, low energy.
I didn't transfer any colonists anywhere, so... Occupied maximum. No,
Warning,
we
low
have
energy.
25. We have 15 occupied.
Warning, low energy.
Why have the solar cells just stopped? Does angle to the
Warning,
solar cells
low
actually
energy.
matter? Because if that's the case, the game could have warned me. This one also isn't generating anything on solar panels, but it's missing workers. Okay. Okay, configure this to send energy.
Warning, low energy.
Okay, let's try and get this thing turned into the sun.
Warning, low energy.
No, it's still not generating any of its own power anymore.
Warning, low energy.
These look like double-sided cells.
Grid offline. Warning, grid online.
There was a message that restarting the game will fix potential problems in it. That's what the text on the right-hand side says on the main menu. a ship suddenly not generating its own power is a problem that shouldn't be possible to happen, but okay. Let's continue. Should load the last save. Okay, now it's generating its own power again. Okay, we don't need you receiving power anymore.
Construction completed.
Good. I think the ship itself just broke. Notice that you now have increased colonist capacity. Water is essential for survival out here. For a station this side, you will need to store quite a bit of it. Build a large tier 2 water storage module. The bar on the left hand side shows the station's water capacity. Let's let that thing dock. And repark ourselves a bit closer. And quickly borrow the bug again and turn off power sending. So it's just sent from the module as a whole, and it's turned itself off at this point. Okay. Let's position the scavenger
Scanners online.
over there. There, that helps. There we go. Should give it range and everything. Okay. Build. I wanted to make some tier 2 modules again. How many? Just the one. Let's put this over here. Water storage. Okay, how full is the storage in this thing? It can still fit another 1,000 tons. Was there anything in here worth trading? I should just be able to press return.
Construction completed.
Well done so far, but we're trying to make a factory here, not a hotel. So now it's time to start preparing the way for our refineries. The first thing we'll need is metal storage for the for storing asteroid chunks. and find materials. And now build more of these. For now, build more of these, but always plan ahead. As your industry scales, so will your storage needs, and you'll need to build more in the future. Build tier 2 metal storage. One of.
Grid offline. Grid online.
Not what I meant to click. Too big. Scrap might still be in the way. Kind of wanted to leave the other side for water storage. Can I build it here for the time being? There we go. That's I suppose it really doesn't matter. I'm already thinking ahead about how to expand this in the future, but this is a tutorial mission. It doesn't matter. Oh. You managed to get everything done.
Scanners online.
Flip you around. Navigation so that we can see which way you're going to
Construction
go.
completed.
Let's just park it all the way over on the other side. Went way too far. This thing does not have a good thruster positioning. I think that's everything that can be scanned. Yeah.
Scanners offline.
Let's reorient this. Turn that off. Tilt you up a bit. And then move you into a slightly better position where you should be able to get most of this stuff. There we go. I reckon that'll get most of it. Now you can see the metal storage capacity is increased. Now let's make a sing, build some refineries. These have more complex shapes, but you can always rotate modules by pressing R. Build one refinery. On here. I'll be able to get a second one on the other side of that. Maybe if I rotated it better, if I put it that way round first, then probably. Not a big deal. Here you'll learn how to use blueprints and save them and record them for future station configurations. First we'll assemble the solar wing and then link it to the DS refinery, given the station new power source.
Construction completed.
When it's ready to go, there's one problem. We can't send any materials to be refined without a functioning cargo bay. Cargo bays are used to send resource packs between stations in close proximity in the same way you've been transferring materials from the Atlas. Think carefully about where you place them to minimize travel time. Let's start then. When you see a construction site, or what you see on the construction site here is a solar wing blueprint, a layout designed to feed power into a large station. Your job is to finish the construction, relay the resources and bring it online. Once complete, pilot it yourself and connect it to the deep space refinery. That's it then. Also make sure that constructors are configured to build and repair adjacent friendly stations as well. It's that one there. With your construction ship selected, toggle this setting from your system buttons on the bottom of your HUD. It is recommended that you first complete the primary mission of Rebuild and Reclamation 9 before starting this objective. To finish this job, you'll need enough resources, some constructors, Tier 2 construction towers, to relay enough energy to the build site. Complete this construction site. Okay, so do it later. We are out of water. Can you send me some more? Send me 200. Okay. It needs me to build a large cargo bay. That will do. I think those are the last 3 things we built. For quick selection. Yeah, okay.
Construction completed.
Now we can send some colonists to the station to settle in. Let's start with 20. And 20 colonists to the DS refiner. The restorer does have... yeah. 25-3. It already has water, it just needs the colonists. Very noodly. Right, your refinery should now be functional. You can test them out by sending some chunks from the Atlas to your new refinery station, and opening the context menu to right-click to refine. And select the material to refine. Once you're ready to proceed, we need to do something about these guns. They seem to be perfectly functional, but they require ammo. The best thing to do is to produce it locally, so let's build a tier 2 manufacturing product. Okay. So from here, trade. Just trade over all of the chunks. Why not? Juice. Okay, so that's all already configured. They're just gonna work. Currently says inactive. All right, now we actually need to turn them on. Fair enough. Okay, so manufactory. Build menu. Bit too big. Will it fit underneath at the moment? Or does it think it's clipping with something? I think it must think it's clipping with that. Hopefully we haven't parked this in the way now. Let's try that again. Still says it won't go. I think the truss maybe it must be in the way then. Okay, we'll put it in the only place it will currently fit then. We'll put it there. Which is for the best because it's in range of that thing's gun. Okay, that's not everything that could be cleared up. The station is overheating. Where's its cooling system? Cargo bay has a tier 2 radiator. Mana resources, silicates. Let's get everything that needs to be transferred over to. Can I? This is a or this is an RTS. Can I control 1? Control 2? No, we cannot. Toggle thruster groups. This is not a real-time strategy in any way, shape, or form. If I can't select more than one thing, and I can't assign things to control groups of any description, it's not a real-time strategy. It's a logistics game. Logistics and engineering. Factory building. Why is it listed as an RTS? Why did Rock Paper Shotgun list it as a real-time space strategy game? It is not. Okay, over to here. Right. Let's just get everything you have. That isn't going to be enough. Grab silicates from here. And since we're done recycling, let's move this closer.
Warning, hull breach detected.
Interesting, it really doesn't take much to break a thing with an impact. Duly noted. Let's rebuild that. I'm assuming it can rebuild its own solar panels. Okay, the restorer does have...
Construction completed.
Yeah, repair enabled. However, the regulated states of those volatile materials need to be stored separately. Individual tier 2 part storage containers. You can see the product storage on this bar.
Construction completed.
Let's expand it by making a new container. Part storage. Is that in range of the laser? Probably not at the minute because we accidentally rotated the ship.
Scanners offline.
Wrong buttons, all the wrong buttons.
Construction completed.
Well done, we're almost finished. One more thing to take care of. Any industry generates a lot of heat, and overheated modules will automatically shut themselves off until they cool back down to a working temperature. Not great for business. It's very important to increase your heat capacity by funneling excess heat into radiators or dumpers. Now construct some radiators in appropriate places. Your station's total heat capacity is represented here, which is over there. Build a thermal module. And it just gave me a whole bunch of extra things. These weren't here previously. What order are these in? That's a big module. Okay, so... do we actually have anywhere we can fit that? Okay, we can fit it over here. We'll need to rotate it, but it will go over here.
Construction completed.
As that, DS Refine is now fully operational, and you have a new appreciation of the art of station construction. This concludes our business here. You may proceed to the next training module. However, if you feel free to continue building and expanding, send in your construction blueprints. I'll send you construction blueprints for some new modules if you want to try them, which it gave me before we got to there. Okay, so that's on.
Construction completed.
So I guess the core Hulk module or nodes have their own thrusters in it. Because that's where the thrusters come out of, isn't it? Yeah.
Construction completed.
So the Hulk nodes have thrusters in them.
Construction completed.
This comes with the same battery and I think, yeah, thermal dumpers, heat management. We've run out of iron by the looks of it. And silicates. I wonder what the core gameplay loop is going to be if this is all, or if the tutorials are basically just like, this is how all the noodly systems work. Which again is not a criticism. It just means that they're not as simple as an average, or as you'd expect them to be. There's more to them than simply push a button, click construct. As long as you have the materials, everything will go. No, you explicitly need to bring energy to the site. You need something that has the ability to ship those materials to the construction site itself.
Construction completed.
Can I get total cost for the entire thing? No.
Construction completed. Construction completed. Construction completed. Construction completed.
Excellent job. It's a good idea to save your blueprint configuration now. Save your blueprint configuration now. That way you won't have to place every module by hand next time. You can just recall the full layout in one go. Select the solar wing and then save it to a blueprint from the button on the bottom left of your HUD. Which is those buttons down there, which I've not hovered over yet. Create a new navigational point in space. toggle overlays, help. I think that's just that, yeah. Operational overlay is... okay, they better tell me what that is later. And that's the main menu. Overlays. Not seeing any changes at the minute. Okay. Save the station as a blueprint for later use. Then we'll dump a module Mark IV. Select on screen. No, like, example of what it is? Does it actually want me to save it, or is it just telling me where I can save it? Well done. Now we can... Okay, so we do need to save it. Save as... Solar... Oh no, this is the actual part. Selected station, these are the parts that are a part of it. I misread what this is doing. Okay, objective. Navigate to the build intent, and then select your blueprint. Okay. The station is not controllable, it says. Build mode. Create a build point in space. Did I miss something? It looked like there was an extra symbol here. Oh, that is the build menu. I'm going to save it as a blueprint. I want to load it. Now all that is left is to merge both solar wings to the DS refiner. You can merge with the first one while the other completes. Make sure to enable the booster upgrades on the hull mode.
Construction completed.
Of your newly built constructor, or else you won't be able to pilot it.
Construction completed.
The principle is the same as docking. Align 2 tier 2 build nodes for the 2 stations and make sure the path is clear. And when you're close enough, select merge. Okay.
Construction completed.
Get out of build mode. Which way's forward? That way's forward. You are currently online.
Construction completed.
Automatically counteract unwanted rotation when thrusting forward.
Construction completed.
Disables for manual.
Construction completed. Construction completed.
Okay, there's a booster on that one, but there isn't the other one. Or there may not be on the other one. This one I'm going to attach there. Well done. Now the other one. Okay, this is not finished building.
Construction completed.
But it does have a tier 2 booster installed already. We'll just attach this one there.
Completed.
Makes little or no odds one way or the other.
Grid online. Construction offline.
Okay. Right. Okay, that's 2 out of 3 tutorials. It's only taken us 2 hours. Training, combat and progression.
Welcome, Commander.
Fleet and base management. Welcome. In this module, we'll cover some research, combat, and base progression basics. We seem to have some hostiles in the area. We'll be taking the Vulcan for a bit of a combat patrol. It's a dedicated gunship outfitted with the tools you'll need. First things first, we'll outfit the Vulcan with a more powerful Tier 2 thruster module. To begin, we'll need to generate some research points with the help of a Tier 2 lab. You can press Tab to open the operations screen, or click the highlighted button in the bottom right, which we looked at earlier, but we was hoping they would give us more information. Navigate to the Labs tab, and under the Lab Research module, I'm sending you some initial grades for... So we got character. Tier 0, increase engineering movement speed. So these are our specializations. Tutorial messages. So we probably could have continued the tutorial in here. They should... They should have explained, I think, in the first one, that this was here and that you could pull the information out of here. But when we accidentally managed to dismiss a message without continuing, so we couldn't even read it, and we had to restart. So fleet is not technically the fleet, it's just this station? Huh. Okay. Research. Research lab.
Upgrade complete.
As you may have noticed, the research tier 2 thruster module is currently locked behind your current rank. You'll gain more XP by constructing modules, selling resources, destroying enemies, and completing objectives. Now construct the newly unlocked research lab on the Marie Curie station, and you will earn enough experience for promotion. Click Marie Curie, press B, build mode, research lab. Which I assume you're already selected. Why isn't that green? You can build here. You can build here as well. Is there a logical place for me to put this? I'm going to sit it on the top. Don't think that's owned by us currently. Well, at least the internet's stable. Not had any problems with it today, thankfully. Hopefully that keeps up. This station has no water aboard it.
Construction completed.
Good. You've just leveled up and received a new rank. Each rank unlocks higher tier modules and upgrades in the research screen, and lets you choose a new modifier that applies to all your stations. You can access the build mode. Click on the character window on the top left of the screen to rank up. Select a new perk from the list. Active perks, plasma cannon tuning, reinforced armor plates, advanced weapon system trainings, increased range versus increased damage. Let's go with increased range. I don't know how quickly or how quick the time to kill is. Good. Now that you have the additional rank of Lieutenant, you have unlocked the ability to research the Tier 2 thruster module. Certain unlocks, such as the Tier 2 lab, require only credits. Higher tier research consumes research points, which are produced and stored in research labs. Advancing in rank increases both your storage capacity and the number of labs you may construct. To speed along the process, you have been provided with enough research points to unlock the thruster modules.
Upgrade complete.
Well done. Now you can construct Tier 2 modules. If you haven't already, you may now take control of the Vulcan.
Warning, hull breach detected.
Looks like our gunship is a bit damaged from the last patrol. Since it has no construction engineers or metal storage, you'll need to get some help from the constructors on the Marie Curie. Moving closer if you're out of range. That should do it. Now the construction and medium thrust. We're now constructing medium thruster on the back. These thrusters provide a lot of boost on demand, but require more managing to use efficiently. Medium thruster.
Construction completed.
Now that the thruster is constructed, you can activate it along with any other thrusters you have by pressing the corresponding number on your keyboard. ABCD. With multiple thrusters, you can also group them individually by right-clicking on a module and selecting a new group. Try this now. Thrusters in group. Okay. One thruster in group. So 4 different sets with 9 different individual groups inside it. And the ability to tweak how it's firing. Whoops. Well done. Similar functionality applies to weapons, though through some different keys. Or from some key differences. Weapons are not automatically assigned to a group, but are assumed to always be active. You can place weapons into groups, and select which groups you want to be firing at one time. Use these to conserve ammunition, and power on the ships that are heavy, with many different weapon systems. Group your weapon systems according to your preferences now. How? Right-click on any weapon on the module, set it to a group, select the group, hold shift, and then press the corresponding number key. I'm going to reassign that to group 9. Driver. I don't think any of these are plasma weapons. Right click on any weapon module to assign it to a group. To select that group. Oh, okay. So there's a different group for weapons. Means this may as well be 1. If a group is selected, only that will fire. However, if no group is selected, all weapon systems will be active and will seek targets. Start up a weapon group. Select a weapon control group, which we did do. Alright, all systems are operational and ready to go. The Vulcan is armed with 2 Tier 1 military lasers, perfect for targeting small, vulnerable targets at close range, as well as a Tier 2 mass driver. which is a projectile weapon that consumes ordnance and can deal significantly more damage to larger targets at long range. Use your thruster to burn quickly to the target location and then turn it off. And use your retro thrusters to stabilize your velocity on the approach. Keep an eye on your power supply. We don't want you to tumble out of the solar system now, do we? Your target awaits. Good hunting. Okay. That thing should have been sitting directly behind us. Oh, it's because of this thing. It's got a heavy thing on the bottom of it. Very secure, good cleanup job. This concludes the training module. You should now have all the basic skills you need to build, mine, expand, and protect your mining operations in the solar system. Other than how to individually control or tell other ships to defend one ship and patrol all that, everything appears to have to be manually flown into position. Okay. Let us start the campaign. Single player. Campaign.
In the year 2148, deep space satellites discovered an unstable wormhole orbiting Jupiter. Humanity's greatest minds theorized it led to a new star system, and a gate was constructed to harness its awesome power. An age of rapid expansion soon followed as humanity laid claim to the stars. But human greed and malice do not rest. The exotic resource Engine.ini is what allows safe travel through the Gate network, protecting spacecraft from the wormhole's deadly radiation. War soon broke out to control it, and ended just as quickly, leaving a dead colony world as a monument to our folly. A fragile peace now exists between the factions of humanity, but few believe it will last. Earth's navy continues to grow. Mega corporations fight an endless shadow war over scattered deposits of Engine.ini. In orbit of Jupiter's moons, Callisto and Io, interstellar long-haul logistics oversees the construction of quantum-linked gates at newly discovered anomalies. A network that may reshape the cosmos. Across the dark void, a new breed of pioneers has emerged. Traders, mercenaries, miners, and scavengers, united by greed, ambition, and the promise of power. They are known as commanders for their mastery of immense modular rigs, powerful machines capable of shaping the future. They will risk it all to be part of this great endeavor. It is in this galaxy that you must survive.
They need to tweak the volume of that. It's a little bit quiet. Okay. This is our name as opposed to whatever name of our company, but we shall go Skid Inc. anyway. Okay, let's see. Start with 3. Streamline construction techniques. Increase construction speed. Reduce energy consumption. refining efficiency, refining speed, sale prices, purchase costs, resource, well, construction costs, jump fuel consumption, engineering fleet logistics, engineer movement speed, storage capacity, That may not be applicable early on, but it'll be useful. Okay. Welcome, miner, to Reclamation 9 Mining Co. The hardest, dirtiest, and most profitable outpost this side of the cosmos. Out here, there are no there's no corporate polish, just metal, dust, and risk. The work is brutal, and the pay is worth it. Mine the belts, roll the ore, fend off pirates, and keep your rig intact. Watch your water levels, watch your hull, and remember, one mishap and you're vapor. Play it smart, fill your hold, and maybe you'll earn enough. Maybe you'll earn your ticket off this rock. Maybe. Best of luck, Reclamation Mining Co. Dig deep, aim true, come home rich. This message and any attachment may contain confidential information intended only for the recipient. Unauthorized use or dissemination is strictly prohibited. I've always thought that this message, when put at the bottom of an email, is basically worthless and has no effect whatsoever. Because in order for someone to agree to not, or agree to confidential, or agree to not spread information sent to you, you have to agree that the information is confidential and that you are not going to do it. I don't think you can force the presumption of confidentiality on the other party. Now, if you replied to an email that said contained confidential information, then that might be an implicit acknowledgement of that particular term. But if it's just been sent to you, then it has, as far as I'm aware, it has no possible weight.
Welcome, Commander.
Oisting. Wake the hell up. You thought you could slacken the job? Nah, don't give me excuses. I pay you to work, not laze about. I'm here. Well, obviously. What, you need a system check before you start? Sure, why not? Damn it, that was sarcasm, you fool. Now I've got to go over all the ship's systems or my ass will be on the line. Well, you shouldn't have fucking asked. Initiate system checks. Start by activating your energy grid. Can't do anything without that.
Grid online.
Power level is stable. On a fancier ship, you'll need to manage it carefully, but a mining tug like yours doesn't consume much. Now, turn on the orientation tool. The orientation tool tells you which way you're pinpointed. You'll see the red arrow. Barely at this camera angle. That station's at a weird angle. Orientation tells you where you're pointing. You'll see the red arrow, that's forward, the white arrow is up. Turn it off if you want, and let's check the linear dampeners. Linear dampers will apply counterforce to the station's or your station's linear movement to counter your angular force when you let go of the throttle. Check the rotational dampeners. It's usually not the most comfortable to leave the rotational dampeners off while linear dampeners on. Well, it's usually most comfortable to leave the rotational dampeners off while the linear dampeners are on. That way you can cruise with precise bursts of throttle. Hold space to activate both at once to stop your ship. Now let's try some linear movements. Good. Now fire the rotational thrusters. Navigation systems are within safety parameters. Well, most of them are. Up next, scanners, activating with G.
Scanners online.
Looks like they're working. Make sure they're pointing at the general direction of the object. You want to scan, I'll turn them off, conserve energy.
Scanners offline.
Last up is weapons. Find the weapons button to turn them on or press X.
Weapons online.
That laser you got barely counts. There's a deadly drone nearby. If it gets within range, your laser will torch it. Right. Okay. Where is our laser? There's our laser. Destroy the nearby drones, zoom out a bit to find it. Target not visible. What else? You've got a mining laser and resource haulers, but that's not on the list. Same goes for your nav tool. Also remember to press F1 to bring up the help menu context. Thank you. Alright, system test complete, or was there something else you needed before you start your job? Yes. Yeah, I don't really care. The eggheads tell me we've got a good haul today. Something about cosmic radiation and solar winds. Hell if I know. But it pushes some junk parts right onto our doorstep. We're going to scrape them all and bring them home, or bring home anything of value. Fine. That's the spirit. Now do your damn job. Approach the junk parts. Oops. I want to press the right mouse button. I want to be in this camera view. I'll press the right mouse button to change my view. That's what's trying to make sense to me. Or what my head is trying to do. I want to be in a chase cam where I can press right mouse button to modify the camera. So that I can keep the angular rotation of the camera the same as whatever the ship's angular rotation is. So I can keep it level to this. Rather than have to do it this way. I guess we'll just have to not use the mouse at all. Hold on, you got company. The Aegis Mark II security drones. Looks like they must have reactivated when you got too close. Their weapons are all disabled. Just take them out before they let loose. Right mouse button, an enemy will issue attack order with your laser. Just make sure you're in range and pointing in the general direction. Let's see where we're going. the enemy with the location. Is that all of them or not? There's one more hiding behind it. We'll just have to try and keep the ship oriented. Relative to the camera manually then. Looks like the sensors identified you as an enemy. Huh. You'll be dead 3 times over if somebody hadn't disabled their weapons. Okay. Right, let's see if we're done what we're dealing with. You know the drill. I want a clean scan of each derelict. And you do know how to use the scanner, right? Point the beam at the target.
Scanners online.
Couple of old storage modules and a dilapidated shield module. God damn it. Someone dumped some old scrap again. Preventative measures my ass. This garbage heap grows every year. Nice of you though. Yeah, I would look at that. An honest to God hangar ship looming out over the distance. Constructed by Cadmium Blue Tech. Haven't heard the name for a while. What are you waiting for? Scrap those modules. Make sure your mining systems and haulers are enabled and approach the junk parts you want to dismantle. Tell the laser to lock on. Haulers will automatically depart from the hangar and bring back to the claim battle chunks. Get at it. Okay. So where are the lasers? Okay, they're there. Mine all
Mining
objects.
online.
Ship does have enough power to do this, although it's pulling from the battery. Our current objective is build a Tier 4 solar panel. 24 of them. Available resource intel. We'll worry about any of these later. Does it say that they run out at any point? No. So the Great Spill is the active one. That's the one it wants us to build. This one we haven't accepted yet. An extra section here, please, developers, that say available, current, and completed. Or active. Don't just group your active ones with the available ones. With some seriously rookie mistakes. Make sure you don't leave anything behind. These fools didn't even empty the Eonite injectors. That's a month's pay right there. Goddamn corp rats with more money than sense. Oi, are you even listening? No, not really. I'm here, boss. Head back to base and unload your cargo. Just the valuables. Don't bother transferring silicates. Your ship will be quite heavy. Your ship will now be quite heavier. Take that into account when maneuvering. Put Regulation 9, and then issue the trade command, just like they told you in basic training. Transfer the iron. Okay, so our cargo port is in the bottom of the ship. And it has a whole bunch of small hangars. Might as well grab the water. I don't want to starve. I really wish I could detach the camera just from here.
Scanners offline.
Turn scanners off. Where's your docking bay? There it is. It wants us to send over 20 tons. I do hope none of this is copyrighted music. Okay. Trade. Sell. 20. Love the smell of raw iron in the morning. If you get closer, or even line up those two cargo bays, the trade will go faster. I've already done that. Probably could have got a little bit closer there. I didn't know how close I could get. Now the good stuff, the precious Engine.ini. Oh, the cargo bay's there. I thought it was on the back of my ship, because that's where we docked with. Nope, that's not where it is. That EO makes for a nice bonus. For me, of course. And not a word out of you. Got it? Remember, if you're short on credits, you can always bring the metals you've collected and we'll pay you. Now the computer says we can't handle that hangar ship just yet. apparently some critical systems on reclamation lines are behind maintenance. Do I have to spell it out for you? Fix them. Will do. To carry out repairs and construction operations on other stations, you first need to enable repair mode from the system button. That means your constructors and construction towers will carry out repairs and constructions on other allied ships in the vicinity. Repair the damaged module on Reclamation Line's Tier 2 factory. Important silicates are the sole resource used in module repairs. If you don't have enough silicons on board, find some scrap junk nearby.
Construction online.
Okay. Where is that module? There it is, it's around the back.
Construction offline. Construction online.
Doesn't that share the same... Yeah, that's the same hotkey as build mode itself. Now we have 90 silicates. How much does it need? 60. These different types of docks. Small hangar, small hangar. No, they're the same kind of dock. Oh, and we actually do have a construction turret on the top. Good job. Move on to the last damaged module and repair it. If you run out of silicates for repair, scan around the area for some loose debris and derelict modules. Repair damaged module in the nuclear reactor. Which needs another 56. We do not have.
Construction offline.
Turn that off for now. Some debris over there. In fact, there's a big bit of debris right up there.
Autopilot online. Scanners online. Autopilot offline.
Oh, this is one whole thing. Cobalt and silicates. Is it one whole thing? Yes and no. Accidentally locked it on again. Nope, it disappeared. I wasn't paying attention. Just poof and gone. We do have some spare crew. What modules do we actually have? Ray nodes, small habitat, small hangar. We have 3 small hangars. How many ships can each hangar hold? Enables the construction of engineers, can house up to 1 engineer. Okay.
Autopilot online. Autopilot offline. Autopilot offline.
Huh? Why?
Autopilot offline. Autopilot offline. Construction online.
Didn't realize there was a whole bunch of resources directly below that we could have just come down and picked up. It's all free stuff? Well, they're less damaged than before, at least. Maybe I won't have to hire an engineer after all. Sounds good. I'll admit you're a decent worker. You don't complain much, you get the job done. Maybe we can help each other out. Yeah, I've opened up the station's mission board for you. Anybody needs something done, they put it there. Passengers, transports, missing puppies, whatever. Got a mission of my own there too. Okay? What? Did you think I meant now? Fool, get a move on. Scan and scrap the hangar ship. Something that's big's bound to have valuables left. How much is... 200 power. We can add some more, but we're going to need some more power generation to go with it.
Construction completed. Construction completed. Construction completed.
How many more slots we got?
Construction completed.
Got 8 more workers. I'd like to add an extra battery.
Construction
I
completed.
think I've used all of my small nodes at this point though. Oh, we've got one more
Construction
here.
completed.
Hopefully we haven't thermally overloaded our ship. Okay. Turn weapon systems
offline.
offline.
Scanners offline. Scanners online. Scanners offline.
Rig part. Unmanned vessel detected. Transponder shows no generation from commander on record. Under exclamation 9 Savage, clause 7.2, you may now assume temporary command and integrate the rig into your fleet. Proceed if you have accepted all responsible operational risks. Has some crew on board, has some people on board. Does come with a mining laser. And 2 CO2 solar panels. Is that a battery? That is a big battery. What else does this have? It apparently just has the solar panels. It is overheating though. It must have no, it's got a, oh, that's water storage. No, it does have a thermal dumper. It's just generating more heat than it can dump. If I wanted to attach this to that, how would I do it? Breaks this module down into reusable building parts. Requires available part storage at the station. Breaks this module down into its basic construction materials. This process is irreversible. This is the star map. Tier 4 solar factory location Earth. There's 4 different ones. Link gate not built. Location Jupiter. How do I automate ships though? Comms, system checks, creates bills. Those are just previous messages. Radio, that's just the music playlist. I think I might merge this with that one there. And then disassemble parts of it.
Weapons online.
Okay, what is that? That's just a big energy battery. It's kind of in the way. Disassembling this will convert it into reusable parts. That wasn't the one I wanted to do. The base construction materials, that's what I'm after. We don't have parts storage. Actually, that was the wrong one. Okay, can I get more generalized information on actual maximum heat generation, or rather power generation? Yes, I understand what it does. How much does it generate? No, it is power output, 15 megawatts. So these generate 15 each, these generate 35 each. We have an assault laser there, construction towers there. Small refinery. Metal storage. How much though? That's the amount it takes to build. How much does it store? There it is. 200 per. Do I have access to just radiators? Stores heat, dumps in cycles, the thermal shock absorber, dampness smoother temporary spikes. Factory's ramping up, and they really need it more consistent. The materials. Did we build the extra hangars? Small hangar, one hull, one constructor. Okay, this one doesn't have anything. Okay, so that's a hauler. So no, that's a hauler. That's a constructor. So that must be the same on the other side. So
Construction offline.
why are the constructors not going? There's not enough parts, or no, if there's not enough parts, there's the recovering building possible jets. Huh? The UI disappeared. There we go. Why are they not building that?
Construction online. Construction offline.
What are you doing? You're the hauler, you're the constructor. We have 15 free colonists. Well, that's the hauler, you're the constructor. The constructor is out. Where are you? Or can you not get out? Because me attaching this has put these in the way. I don't know why it keeps... Confirm. Okay, that one didn't do it. Can you get out now? I can see you in there. This has actually reoriented itself in a terrible way. That is How do I fix the orientation? That is not forward. I imagine this node here needs to be told to be the root. Make that the root module. There we go. Now, why won't they build those? Does it consider these being in, or as being in the way? The Horde is still going out and picking up stuff even though we don't actually have the inventory space for it. Opened up as if you want to get out, but you're not going anywhere. Let's save and reload. And if it doesn't fix it, we'll quit out the game. There we go. Now they fucking move.
Construction completed.
Okay, so they can't... They're actually now showing us. They'll show us when they're trying to get back in, but not when they're getting out. The solar panels are blocking their ability to escape. That would have been useful to know earlier. Fair enough. Let's scrap that. And that.
Construction completed.
I wonder if I'm going to be able to get rid of that as well.
Construction completed.
At some point we leveled up. Plasma cannon training, attack speed. Maximum available officers. What even are officers?
Construction completed.
I don't suppose you're close enough that I can trade with you. We still have the materials for this. Once we got the big battery there, I'll sell the smaller batteries. That's how much does that hold? 15,000. That holds. Well, it won't tell me until it's finished building. How many do we have? 3 batteries.
Construction completed.
Okay, that's metal storage. I thought that was a battery. Never mind. And in that case, we'll remove the other metal storage and replace these with batteries. Can I replace modules? No. Should have one more somewhere. I think. Okay, maybe we don't. Okay, so let's add battery onto here. Do we have a second habitat module? Hanger. 5 hangers. We only have one construction chip actually. Tier 1 metal storage. Lining laser. Okay, yeah. So tier 1 metal storages hold, I think, unless there's still one on this. That holds 1,000. Oh, these things each hold 100 each. Because they have an upgrade on them. I think. Yeah, they have internal metal storages. How do you add those then? So very well them coming with it. Maybe they must be
Construction completed.
configured at build time? Oh, there's automation. Okay. There's hook
Construction
nodes.
completed.
Scanner, scaffold. So we need more money in order to be able to do some of this. Where is... Only we have access to thrusters. There's the research lab. Okay. I suppose I have access to a tier 2, no. We don't have access to much tier 2 at the moment. Okay. I have a mind to make further adjustments, but that would require me to disassemble some things. Have you picked up all of the stuff around here that you can that's in range? Okay. Adjustments. At least this one's now telling me that I can't build it here. It's because I attached them together. Okay, that's fine, because I'm going to disassemble these to use these instead. And then we're going to have construction ones on the top. And the other ones at the bottom. So, that being the case... Those are all the things that it can do. Let's scrap that. Scrap that. Scrap that. We need to fly in range of the station above us.
Grid offline. Grid online.
I want to search. You want this, but I want it that way round. As I was in range of that, turn mining off,
off
turn
weapons offline. Construction completed. Construction completed.
Okay. We want hangar bays all around.
Construction completed. Construction completed. Construction completed. Construction completed. Construction completed. Construction completed.
Okay. Let's have construction here.
Construction completed.
Here. All of these are haulers. Yeah, we'll stick with the initial plan. Okay. Now let's offload basically everything we have to build to get a bunch of money. Where is your trade node? It's over there. Okay, take off my hands all of my ore, all of my silicates, all of my carbon, all of this. You might as well take the chunks as well. That gets us some money from some research. That's probably the most important thing, although we do need to get to this. Station modules, megastructures, hangar ship modules. Oh, they're in different tiers. I was thinking, there's not much here. I said, no, there's a lot more here than meets the eye. Medium hangars. Designates an empty socket for trade chips to dock and exchange resources. Where's my commander? Gatling gun, assault laser. I am tempted to go full-on Gatling guns. Maximum Daka. Megastructures, hangar ships. Tier 4 solar panels. Tier 4 gun. Nuclear reactor. Okay, we can get a better solar panel. Let's go this one
Upgrade
first.
complete. Upgrade complete.
Radar. Scans the surrounding area for enemies and resources. Provides essential detection and awareness. It's a tier 2. Okay. Our cargo hold is empty.
Autopilot online.
See if the autopilot can figure it out this time. There's a ship over there we can probably reclaim. In fact, it's nearby. Can you send me over here? Can we change?
Autopilot online.
That looks to be intact. Structures across the sector is a burning through. Is a fantastic thing. We're looking for a contractor capable of processing and delivering industrial gains materials. Deposit iron. We've pegged the
Autopilot
orders.
offline.
Yeah, we have already done this. Complete scans. Mine refined silicates. Refinery station. There are several modules of a large refinery station scattered around this sector. The main treasure is the refinery station storage module, though there are others you can find and utilize. Find the storage or the refinery station storage module and merge it with the refinery station. So there is a station somewhere around here that we can basically build from parts the game's just going to give us. I think this is the storage module. Find the refinery station storage module and merge it with the refinery station. Oh no, this is the refinery station rather than the storage module. Yeah, because this has a refinery on it and a few other things. Okay. The start of our very own station. Mine now. So we still need to find the storage module for it, but... Okay. Can I change which one is our focus? On behalf of Reclamation 9 Mining and Recovery, congratulations on your successful onboarding into the Starminer initiative. Your service contract has been verified and your personal ID added to the Colonial Register. From this moment forward, your assigned habitat, rig module, and debt obligations fall under Reclamation 9 operational oversight. You've been deployed to the Great Spill, a classified hazardous zone. Limited communication, no guaranteed rescue. Primary objective, extract high-value ore and maintain structural integrity of your assigned rig. Secondary objective, survive long enough to make it profitable. Remember, every ton of ore you move moves you closer to freedom, and every failure costs the company more than credits. Keep systems online, keep drills turning, and above all, keep the void outside. Welcome to the frontier, operator. Reclamation 9 is proud of your potential. Unmanned detected transporter shows... Yeah, we've already got that one. Okay. Okay, so if we turn them on and off, that's how we do it. So over on here, we can actually toggle these. Mode with the station off, we'll leave that one on. So that is... Actually, no. Which one is it? Scan the hangar ship. Okay, yeah, that's that one over there.
Autopilot online. Autopilot offline.
Fair enough. Let's slightly realign ourselves. Huh. Why are we slowing down automatically? Rotational thrusters must be messing with us. This should be fairly well balanced. I don't know why it would be having issues.
Scanners offline.
Enable haulers. Oh, right, the construction engine is
Haulers, constructors offline.
We're still slowing down automatically, and I don't know why.
Scanners online.
Energy spike detected. Exit in hibernation mode. Backup power restored. Processing activated. What? Reactor offline. Engines offline. Sensors online. Communications online. Date March 24. 22:56. Location: the Great Spill. Earth orbit. Statement: greetings, human. Who are you? Statement: my designation is P-Run class hangar ship Paranoid 2. I was created at the height of the corporate war to support expansion efforts into Lalandi. Why are you here? My final data entry is of being decommissioned. Evidently, Calcium Blue Globe had collapsed and was liquefying its assets. I am in poor condition. Many vital components are missing and my fuel reserves have been siphoned. Can I help? Proposal. Cadmium Blue Globe no longer exists in any capacity. Should you repair me, my Legion's protocols will recognize you as my rightful captain. Do you accept? I accept. Statement. Excellent. You'll find hangar ship captain Garner. You'll find hangar ship captains garner much more respect than dock workers. On that note, I am blocking communications from your ill-tempered supervisor. Instruction. My automated systems can perform the necessary repairs if provided materials. Extract and transfer any to my internal storage. Extract and transfer the resources to Paranoia 2. How much does it need? It needs 500 tons of silicate. We do not have any of that. I was hoping for some water around here. There's some silicate asteroids. We'll come back to this later. That's a lot of mines. I don't think I have the guns to do anything about that. let's head over to here.
Autopilot online. Scanners offline.
You can autopilot to that. I wonder if that is the
Autopilot offline.
okay, so the autopilot can only bring us within, well, even then that was like 4,000 blocks away? Maybe the autopilot can't bring us within any distance of, well, anything. Refinery station storage module. We have to get this back to that over there. Is it over there? It's not there. Does this come with crew? This does come with crew. This one's maintaining its forward momentum.
Hull constructors online. Mining online. Scanners offline. Grid online. Scanners online.
By the time this old hacker gets scrapped, looking for a contractor to dispose of the station parts, you can keep any metrics you find, just please get out of my sight. Can't accept any more objectives. We missed. Which is a good thing because I didn't slow this down properly. Now, where do we want to attach this? What do we have on this? Very big water storage, metal storage, power, heat transfer. Where were the thrusters? I mean, this clearly seems like something that should be attached linearly. it would be easier to dock them the other way around. There we go. 1-3 Refinery Station. Now we can accept that. Okay. So the rest of this scanned. There is some water on board here.
Scanners offline.
Okay. All of the mining lasers are on the back. Okay, that is... Okay, no, that orientation's fine. Moves pretty well for such a big thing. Okay, does it have anything on board? Load of water. No, it doesn't have anything on board, it just has a whole metric crap ton of storage. And pretty decent battery as well. Okay, let's take a little bit of a closer look at this thing. Let's change the root module to here. Hopefully that's oriented correctly. It's not. Of course it's not. What about you? You aren't either. Okay, guess we've got to have that as the root then. So what I was wondering about... Okay, yeah, it does have... It has hangars. Trade ship ports. modules come with this thing. 3 small habitats, 2 small hangars. Two trade ship ports, thermal dumpers. 3 medium thrusters. Loads of storage. Can't rotate the camera in this mode. Well, that's of no use. Ah, right, yeah, we can click to refocus the camera.
Construction online.
Everything up there is sorted, and that way's up, so go right. Okay, I can change the priority, can't I? Where are they? I can tell this thing not to gather ore. That way I can tell the refinery explicitly to gather ore. Oh, there's more parts to this. There's a energy module and a habitation module. I have no idea where I'm going to connect those things. Is it possible to deconnect? Or detach? Can I detach? There are 2 T modules attached. Can I detach from this node? Okay, well, while this is doing all the collecting and harvesting, it's not too far away. Can I claim this from here? No. We probably didn't fly close enough for that for it to acknowledge. There it is. Take the point of that. Okay, so the autopilot needs to stop. In order to fix its rotation. Where the devil are we supposed to attach you? Assemble energy module. Refinery station, the rendezvous point. Habitat, energy modules are scattered throughout the sector. Find all 3 parts. Navigate them to the refinery station. Merge all stations to one. It was built in such a balanced fashion, and now we have to unbalance it. Wait, which way's... That is... Okay. Yeah, overheated. Let's actually do it from the refinery station. Because we forgot to arrest the refinery station's motion anyway. We have a Kraken. Okay. Habitation module's only 2,000 meters away. There it is. We're an hour past our break time. Restore velocity. That thing I want to attach on the bottom side. So let's flip the station over. Send the habitat module, one of the... Okay.
Warning, hull breach detected.
Huh? How?
What bloke?
Oh, I think we lost one of those.
Warning, hull breach detected.
Yeah, it can't because of these. Well, where the devil am I supposed to put it then? I actually have to be on that ship to... no, we actually have to have ships capable of scrapping it to be on it. Is there anywhere this thing will actually attach then? There we go. It will let us scrap it. Better. Much better. Okay. How are you doing? You have finished. Okay. How much resources do we have? Not on board the thing, just the whole thing. We need a few more silicates for that particular quest. Let's get ourselves over to the marker that I think was over here somewhere. I've lost track of it. There it is. Place that thing. Just so we can get the marker off the map. Where's all that silicate debris? Might be that up there. It's still pitching up slowly and decelerating itself. All 3 parts navigation, merge them all into one station, which we've now done. Okay. Scrap iron. Where's that? Okay, that's just transmitting or moving things between things. Okay, where is that? I want to be able to... Can I right-click this and say, look at this? No, it's over there. In fact, the silicate debris has now disappeared. Nope, it's still in there. It's just the sensors have updated and now it's showing me the nearby asteroids. Debris. Random bit of debris. $4,000 away, 4,000 away. Huh? It's not actually giving me the distance to these damn things. It's just giving me some random number. Is that because I don't have my ship selected? 2,000, 2,000. That says 500. Yeah, no, it's just... That's not a hard calculation. Okay, that is fairly close. Let's head over to that. In fact, we've got an ice asteroid over there, and actually no, we've got plenty of water. So... There's just some silica debris that got yeeted off.
Scanners online.
Counts as a single large chunk. While you scan it with one end of the ship, the other end of the ship can mine it. Okay, I'm going to refill my cup of tea. I'll be back in about 5 to 10 minutes. I will see you in a bit. Okay, we're back. We cleaned up everything? Looks like. Right. We still don't have enough silicate.
Scanners offline. Scanners online.
Oh, it is scanning it. It's just the overlay isn't appearing quite correctly. Well, while that scans, let's start getting this thing on the way back. Much silicate. That's where the good stuff is. The silicate's actually what we need at the minute now. The lasers on that side.
Scanners offline.
Are we full? Why aren't they picking up the silicate?
Hull haulers online.
We have plenty of space. Oh, right, because they're not assigned to be able to pick up ore. Come to a stop. Let's bring this around this side.
Warning, low energy.
Okay. We apparently forgot to get one of these to... you're constructing a hauler. That might be a bit too close.
Warning, low energy.
Okay, where did we put those? There they are. They have haulers. You can grab anything.
Haulers online.
Haulers are active. Not close enough? There we go, now they're starting to pick things up. Until we can build tier 2 ones. Huh. Strange angles. Okay.
Construction completed. Construction completed.
I suppose I could have attached some of these modules directly on the end here, but never mind.
Construction completed.
Kinetic weapon, energy store capacity 30%. Use mass driver. Let's go with that one for now. Construction tower, medium array, solar panel Mark 4, solar panel frame, Mark 2 laser miner, officer quarters, refinery, cleft node, water storage. once we've researched them at least. Commander, self-sufficient build platform with integrated thruster, nuclear reactor, construction arms, tier 1 refinery, and 2 tier 2 hangar bays that can jump between sectors in orbit without using helium fuel. Fuel optimization, reinforced armor platings, tier 2 medium array node, cleft node, slant node. Train different types of officers that can apply bonuses to your station when active. This is mining speed. Designates an empty socket for trade ship to dock and exchange resources. Where is the there it is. Okay, we need a lot more money. Level construction of engineers that can house up to 3 engineers. Now we'll just do that. We need to build a research lab somewhere. Let's stick the research lab dead on the nose of the ship for the time being.
Construction completed.
Just so we have it
Construction
somewhere.
completed.
There's so many more resources there. Oh, I only just sent half of it. Where to put the hanger modules? Or the hanger modules, rather, the, can we actually even build them? I don't think we can build them yet. Trade modules.
Construction completed.
Ah, we can build small cargo bay modules. No, we can build large ones. We can build large ones. There they are. That is not a cargo bay module. Cannot build here. Incompatible module. Okay, so it has to be attached directly to a local node. Okay, we'll put one here. And then one here.
Construction completed.
And we are getting plenty of silicon carbon. We need... Let's switch back to you. Turn the miners
Mining
off.
Offline. Construction completed.
Let's get out of here slowly. That's going to have plenty of resources to work on for the time being. We shall head elsewhere to get the silicates. Actually, the silicate we need is for this. So... let's head back to the reclaim station, because we should have enough stuff other than... we actually don't have enough ferrite. Ferrite.
Autopilot online.
And then we'll head over there and scan that.
Autopilot offline.
It's just in a bit. I definitely think I need to reload. Maybe we have a piece of ore stuck inside us somewhere? Okay, let's reload the game. Let's save and quit out entirely and reload. And while we wait for the game to load, let me close the curtains. The sun is creeping around and it's a fairly warm day today. Thankfully I have a tub of ice cream still left over. Still 28 degrees, so it's not ready to open the windows yet. It's cooler in here than it is outside, in spite of me running my computer full blast. We can thank the nice cool evening we had. We left basically most of the windows in the house open. Got the average temperature in the house down to about 18 degrees. Excellent. You'll find a hangar ship, Captain Garner's... Okay, yeah. Right. This thing isn't decelerating on its own anymore. Good. I wonder if leaving despawned all of the ore that we had left behind. No, this stuff's still here. So it's probably fine.
Haulers off. Construction offline.
Okay. Actually, let's just sell everything we have again, because we need the money. Mission progress 190%. How do I complete these? I had already delivered all of this stuff before we could 367%. I'd already delivered the resources before we could accept the missions. There we go. It's figured it out. I think all it needed was for me to actually deposit one more piece of iron. I think it's just waiting for this to progress once. Okay, let's
Hauler
engage the
constructors
hauler
online. Constructors offline.
and allow these things to gather everything down here. Assuming they can. Or do these need to be harvested
Mining
first?
online.
Nah, we just need them to pick them up. Okay. Well, they're working.
Upgrade complete.
Now we could remove these and put the thingies on them in their place. We don't have the materials to make that. To build that, So the next upgrade we need to get, if we can get it, is hauler speed. Or engineer speed. If we didn't already get that. Construction speed, mining speed, refinery efficiency, attack speed, energy storage capacity. Nothing new there. All that's done. Okay, that's going to be worth grabbing sooner rather than later. Rise level 4, get access to shields. Oil gun, also known as Gore's rifle. Rifle. Plasma cannon, heavy point defense, can take out distant slow moving targets. Perimeter defense cannon has a moderate range with a high rate of fire. Ordnance factory. Parts storage, T2 parts storage, T3 refinery, mountain drill node allows your station to deploy an asteroid or to an asteroid's surface and begin quickly extracting ore. Can be deployed to another asteroid at any time. We have a cap of 2,000 points that we can store. Okay, they all inside? I think so.
Haulers offline.
We have 100. Do we have a spare note?
Grid offline. Grid online.
Okay, they're pretty cheap.
Grid offline. Grid
Button
online.
I meant to press. Okay. Will be deconstructed along with it. Okay.
Grid offline. Grid online.
Pressing the wrong button. Ah, we made a slight mistake, but we can fix that simply by getting close enough to the station above us. Assuming the game wants to let me move.
Grid offline. Grid online.
The thrusters are not responding.
Construction online. Construct mining offline.
Okay, it's successfully, or this thing over here, successfully collected most of this stuff. Can I get it to grab this stuff up here? I know I jettisoned it. But I would actually like to pick it up. How do I unjettison it? Will you move now? Okay, now it'll move.
Construction completed.
Okay, where's the scan target? So those over there. That is not the angle that I really want it to be, but never mind, we can sort it later. So I think this can have 3 of them.
Construction completed.
So let's go 1 constructor, 2 haulers. 1 constructor, 2 haulers, and we still have plenty of money left.
Grid offline. Grid online.
I don't know why I keep pressing G to do that. That's not how that goes, game.
Construction completed. Construction completed.
Okay. Right, let's head over there then. Scanners on the top of the ship. I suppose I can attach radar here. It's got the whole auto braking thing again, even though I'm not actually, or don't have that on.
Scanners offline. Construction completed. Scanners online.
Okay, let's enable the brake. Jump over to here. Still can't figure out how to... recollect these. It must be possible. Apparently not. Now if we go back to here, turn that off. Nope, it's still auto-braking. I feel like this music is... we just loop in the same track. Okay, we need to purchase some more workers. What else needs scanning? Is it just that one? That one there needs scanning as well. Pretty sure we can figure to pick up everything. Yeah, that's fine.
Haulers, constructors, online.
Okay. Mission completed. Okay, do we want to grab some resources to take back to that, or... well, there's still some debris around.
Mining online.
Oh, I know why. It's because this track is 9 minutes long and we just restarted the game. Let's just put it on shuffle. Okay. Just thinking about how I would want to build a new ship. And I wonder if it's possible to decommission entirely existing ships. Okay, yeah, this does have 60 people on it. Did I? Oh. how did we... Oh, how and when did he... Ah! Well, no, because that was in the backside of this. We've lost the, docking ring. Sorry, not the docking ring, the, habitat ring and all the people on it. So the Reclaimer, well, the Paranoid 2 has a thingy on it. Let's move the refinery station over there. And it probably wants to be aligned this way round. Much more drones and things over there. Park you here. Jump back over to here. We have collected a suspicious amount of... Have you really been missing the... Yeah, you have. The iron. We've got no iron.
Low energy.
Okay, let's turn off the mining
Mining
lasers.
off. Scanners offline.
I realize I still have the scanners online. And collect everything. Okay, I will trade over all of the iron and silicate that we have. I really need the ability to lock the camera's orientation to the ship's orientation. Outside of this, so I can actually rotate around the view of the ship properly. Okay. Nice and close. How many? We have 15. It's a lot of money. I sell you all of this and all of this. Is that anywhere near enough? Okay, that sells, trade, buy, colonists. Nowhere near enough. That's a lot. That we can afford. Might be a little bit too close.
Constructors offline.
There we go, extra crew. We have 3 spare. All trading done. That's where the pirate base is. Ship's still decelerating on its own. And drifting even though it's more or less symmetrical. I've told it angular dampeners and rotational stabilizers, and it's turning on its own. It's symmetrical. There shouldn't be significant weight on one side of this ship. Why am I having to press forward and left to keep this thing going in a straight line? Stop it from turning.
Warning, low energy.
Something isn't quite right with their calculations. They're not careful, they're going to have the Kraken. That thing's already noodly.
Warning, low energy. Warning, low energy.
I'm tempted to entirely disassemble this thing. Finally rebuild it. But some additional parts wouldn't be amiss if we're going to do that. Okay, we have... So this one increases engineer movement speed.
Upgrade complete.
Designate an empty socket for trade chips to dock and exchange resources. This node allows for connecting of other station nodes to the shield.
Upgrade complete.
How much water storage does this still have? A decent amount. Still has some spare workers, even though we accidentally killed a bunch of them.
Grid offline. Grid online.
Gotta stop pushing that button. Why am I pressing G to open the build menu? Okay, we don't have the truss. Refinery, ordnance. Well, this already has a refinery on it. What it's missing would be components. Okay. They are going to leave from there. It's going to take them a little while. That's fine. It should have enough minerals to be able to make the rest. Okay, I saw a big ice asteroid. There it is.
Autopilot online.
I imagine it's not going to be able to go because
Autopilot offline.
there's too many things nearby. And it's twisting. What is the point of having rotational stabilizers if it's not going to stabilize?
Scanners online.
So they can target the ice specifically. I think what we'll do is we'll use this ship as a base to start building a new ship that we'll use for mining ops. That will be the plan.
Scanners offline.
Basically, the entirety of this side is water. Let's back it up. Readjust. Spin around. Too far away? There's no way they can't align on this thing. Not visible, out of range.
Warning, low energy. Mining online. Warning, low energy. Warning, low energy.
Hey, how much power does this use? That uses 20. These generate 15. Okay, yeah. We are slightly below what we need if those were the only things, but they're not the only things. Is there anywhere else we can attach? Now that we have materials for it. Why can't we build off here? Oh, okay, we can. We don't have the research for it, but we can.
Warning, low energy.
Additional solar panel could go there. That's the water tank, isn't it?
Warning, low energy.
Oh no, that's a thermal dumper. We don't need that.
Warning, low energy. Constructors online.
Do we have materials for that? 5 and 5? Yeah. And straight up swap out. These things, that's why these are 40 energy consumption apiece.
Construction completed.
Okay. Need more money for that. Need more research for that. License costs 40,000. Okay, you have the remainder. Good, good. We can get this thing a little closer. Wobble, 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 wobble. Oop, that's closer than I was expecting to be. Back him up a little bit. There we go. Somebody else owns that. Statement. Repair protocols are underway. However, I also require large amounts of thorium-based fuel. I am detecting only trace amounts of thorium. Your current rig is not designed for long-distance travel. I am constructing a Commander-class ship. A Commander-class ship can transport other vessels to nearby points of interest. While not as powerful as a dedicated hangar ship, it is much cheaper to operate. Additional systems have been authorized for your use. Radar module is now available. Radar arrays can detect incoming hostiles and nearby points of interest. Research lab module is now available. Research labs generate research points which can be used to unlock new station modules and technologies. Instruction. I am undocking the command ship. You may assume control. Possess. Warning. I am detecting several ships on approach with active weapons. They are not responding to my hails. Statement. In the vacuum of space, heat signatures caused by construction are easily noticed. Analysis. These are scavengers drawn to our heat signatures. They will dismantle us. Warning. Repair protocols have not been complete. My fire control systems are heavily damaged. My engines are still not functional. I cannot directly aid. However, my databanks were never wiped. I have access to many technologies. Statement. These weapons were once state-of-the-art. They will protect you. I am unloading hull schematics to your database. You may now build hull nodes. I already researched that! We already researched this. Okay. Bring a tier 1 assault laser to the location. Can I... This does look like we can attach things to it. I can have a tier 2 attached to it. Tier 2's there, tier 2's there. I thought this was supposed to have its own weaponry on it. Does this thing have an attachment node or not? It keeps coming up green, but there's no nodes on it. I'm guessing this just must mean it's part of the front. Not what I meant to do. What was the hotkey? There is a hotkey to cancel that. Deselect current object, that's not what it means. That was what I was trying to do, just not that way. No, this thing doesn't have building capabilities. I'll park it here for now. Okay, our stores aren't full, but they're getting there,
Mining
so
offline.
I'll bring that offline. We can get some iron over at the other location. Just allow this to get collected and then we'll head back.
Constructors offline. Haulers offline.
It's still twisting. That was not the angle I told you to turn.
Scanners online.
How much water do we need here?
Scanners offline.
Okay. Orient this way round. Here we go.
Haulers online.
Haulers online.
Constructors online.
Constructors online.
Mining online.
Wait, 0 hours of fuel? Of water?
Warning. Low energy.
Did I send the water the wrong direction? I think I must have done. There we go. That'll fix the water problem. Hopefully before too many people die. You have a much bigger tank, so these should be processing water now. It was basically trying to re-siphon the water. Why? Why is it doing that? How could I have sent more water here than I had on here? It makes no sense. Trade automatically. from here to the refinery station. Iron. Iron ore, iron chunks. All chunks. One has more than one. Can spend SAT to acquire resources. Repeat. Repeat interval 0 seconds. Set. Yeah, it's only doing one at a time. How do I view that particular trade and change the configurations of it? Enable automation, create request. Actually, no. Enable automation on that. Create request. From here to the reclaiming station. All chunks. Amount. Conditions not met. But I can't modify this. So it does explicitly need it to be, or have 100. In that case, no condition. Send them over in batches of 10. That'll do the job. What's the cancel construction command? It does not appear to be in here. Which means we do have to do this the slow way. There's got to be a... It definitely told me that there was a key to cancel a construction task. Delete selected object, Control D. Oh, it has a nuclear core in the inside of it. I assume it has no power. Produces energy input. Okay. How do you generate power otherwise? I think it's just been running off its battery. Oh, and it comes with a hanger. Construction bots on the other side.
Haulers offline.
What I'd like to do is blueprint things out like it had earlier. Not actual place and construct them. It worked that time. Not sure how I'd want to design this. Why aren't you sending the silicon across? I said any ore. From here to the refinery station. Any chunks? 10 of. Did I forget to tick the box? I may have forgotten to tick the box. Although we actually managed to get through all of the iron that was here anyway. Which wasn't much looking at it, but it's enough to get going. We have thorium, we just don't have a means to manufacture. Oh! Now it's looping properly, how I'd expect it to. Strange. I wonder why it wasn't working the way that I would have liked it to previously. Never mind. Never mind. I wish I knew how much the commander took to cost. Maybe we should sell some more stuff. Oh. I didn't realize we were almost 6 hours into the stream. Huh. Well, it'll give us a day to figure out what we want to do next. The game is more or less what I was expecting it to be. I have no idea why people have, or why Rock Paper Shotgun refer to it as a real-time strategy game. It's not. It's definitely a factory mining, mining game, economics game, that sort of thing. It has an interesting build system that I need a little bit more time to properly figure things out with. Yes, definitely interesting. Definitely needs some smoothing around the edges. That's what early access is for. How much is left in that scrap of an asteroid down there? It's almost got the entire thing. There's some more iron asteroids out here. I think we'll start initially by... I would like to kind of use this as the base for further ships. Can't really put anything behind it. Well, we could do. I kind of wish there was more than just this type of node, these two types of node for structural elements. But we'll work within the limitations that we have. I think what we'll do is we'll load this up with how much power does that produce? 200 megawatts. Once we can actually get some fuel inside it. We'll load this thing up with a bunch of guns. I think we do have the ability to make ammunition, we just haven't put it anywhere yet. There it is, Ordnance Factory. So we can build an Ordnance Factory, we can start getting some ammunition, we can put some a combination of lasers, and we'll probably put we'll use these top two slots for the time being. We'll put these split things on them. We'll put Gatling guns on the front, lasers in the back of it, and then mirror it on the underside. And then expand out the front end of this a little bit. Put two circular nodes on it. So we have another circular node here. Then probably put solar panels on either side until we can get some fuel, maybe? I don't know. We'll figure things out. But yeah, we'll leave it there for today. We're near enough to the end of the stream anyway. So we'll be back again tomorrow. The way we've been doing this is we've been giving the games in early access free streams, 18 hours, to see what they can do. And I feel like we've barely scratched the surface of this one. But yeah, we'll leave it there. Thank you very much for watching. Hope you enjoyed the show. We'll be back again from tomorrow, from 2 PM BST onwards. So hopefully, we'll see you next time. Cheerio.